Hello. Hello, hello. It is Sucro time. It is time for Sucro. Sucro is here. She's on screen 3 times right now, actually. Oh, forgot something. That's fine. Over here. There we are. Hello. Sucro is here. And I'm thinking about how the most efficient way for me to test and make sure if everything in my setup works is to fire a gun and then pet Calico. One of which was demonstrated just now. And then there's also this. I forgot that, yeah, okay. Because those two actions use enough different multiple sources that it tests if everything works efficiently, and it's just kind of funny. Thank you for petting Calico. So, today we are going to experience the current holiday event, the Rising 2023. And we are going to begin the Shadowbringers trial series, The Sorrow of Werlyt. I think that's how you say it. Sucro is looking at a shark, which is understandable, I think. It's a pretty cool shark, honestly. It's still weird to me to not have the Domain restoration stuff going on, because there's not like a... I can't like lead up into anything, I just have to sort of jump right into whatever I was going to do. And also I was just doing that for so long. I feel like I need to have something to do at the start of streams while people are still showing up. So that people don't miss, like, the main stuff, you know? Let's check up on our neighbors. What all are you up to? It seems like they've been decorating more since I last looked. There's still no striking dummy. Which obviously you don't need a striking dummy, but, you know. What's going on in here? Oh. Dramatic music is happening in here. I'm gonna leave because that's the leitmotif of Endwalker. Spoilers! Anyway, hello! Hello and welcome. I was just talking about how there's not really anything to do at the start of streams and I just have to sort of jump right into whatever I'm doing. And as such, I decided to visit the neighbors. Or break into their house while they're not here, more accurately. And then I got spoilered for my trouble. But anyway, we're going to Ul'dah first. Because that is where the Rising event begins. I believe. It's around here somewhere. There it is. It's Kipijakya. Oh, Answers is here also. In the distance. Hello 1.0 Minfilia, for some reason. That's funny. The Land Reborn, Palm from the Heavens. I don't know what that's about. There's a painting of some kind. I have a cottage roof in my inventory, apparently. There's a Louis Schwab biography quest. Interesting. I forgot about... I've seen Rising events before, but I forgot about it. This person here, just incidentally, is just sort of like the Wandering Minstrel. Maybe it's just the goggles. Siblings Rising. Kepijakya has a sibling? Oh, if it isn't Sucro! It's always a pleasure, my friend. And how fortuitous that you should appear now, just when I'm in need of help again. Pray hear me out. You see, or maybe I didn't do the Rising last year then? You see, my brother recently wrote saying he wished to meet me in Uldad during the Rising celebration. However, the appointed hour has come and gone, and I've seen neither hide nor hair of him. Ulda is having people talk in it, so I'm going to change to a tab that you can't see anyway, so I don't have to see people talking. Oh, interesting. I've checked all the likely places in the city to no avail, and I'm beginning to worry. If it isn't too much trouble, may I ask you to help me find him? Nod. I'm in your debt. Now, my brother is a youth of 16 by the name of Nagi. He recently became an adventurer, something he'd aspired to since he was little. Being an adventurer yourself, perhaps you know of him, if not crossed paths? I'm not familiar with the name, alas. Yeah, I guess I didn't do the last year. Aye, well, it would be too much of a coincidence, I suppose. At any rate, if he isn't in the city, chances are he went outside on some business. To begin with, I propose we split up and make inquiries in case someone has seen him. If you could focus on this area, I shall speak with those in the quicksand. Thank you for petting Calico, and hello and welcome. Afterwards, let us reconvene by the entrance to the tavern. Greetings, adventurer. How may I assist you? Oh, Nagi. I understand he's doing some work for the Wandering Minstrel. I dare say his client can point you in the right direction, if you can track the man down, that is. I'm afraid I don't know his whereabouts at present. Doing work for the Wandering Minstrel sounds dangerous. Huh? Something you need? Oh, Nagi. I know the sprightly lad. Couldn't say where he is now, but last I saw him he mentioned taking on some delivery work. He's a curious one, he is. Gets along with everyone well enough, but doesn't seem to like working in a team. What with talk of bandits prowling the road of late, I can't help but worry. There's someone else around here to speak to. Somewhere. Ah. Something I can do for you, adventurer. If you have business with Bran, best state it quickly, as Gaz leads to follow an instance to investigate for the Harbor Herald. I see. With apologies, I haven't seen this Nagi. As a matter of fact, I've been rather busy working on my upcoming piece on the Horizon. Who's this person, and why are they attacking my camera? Why, just earlier I was interviewing the ever-enigmatic Wandering Minstrel, who's got another unusual adventure in the offing. The Letter Forest, he calls it. If that piques your interest, I recommend you go and see the man. He's at the Gold Court over on the steps of Thal. It appears Nagi is carrying out some work for the Wandering Minstrel. If you talk to the man at the Gold Court, you should be able to learn more. Alright. That's a lot of letters. Ah, my dear friend, what a pleasant surprise this is. I trust you've been keeping well? Now then, how might this minstrel be of service? So Nagi's sister wishes to find him. Indeed, I have entrusted him with the task, and have an inkling as to where he might be. As you may have heard, on the occasion of this Rising celebration, I'm hosting an exhibit called the Letter Forest. All are invited to anonymously submit letters to this forest and express their gratitude and encouragement for another, and all may peruse the letters at their leisure. Now, in order to collect missives from outside of Ul'dah, I have dispatched a chocobo carriage. Nagi is escorting said carriage. When he contacted me on Link Pearl a while ago, he said they'd emerged from the Twelveswood on their way back to Ul'dah. Given the hour, they should have already arrived. I know not what is causing the delay, but might I trouble you to look for them? I would go myself, except I'm needed here at present. Nod. I'm truly grateful. In case it helps, the carriage was meant to pass through Blackbrush Station, so perhaps you could take your search to that area. I pray that nothing has befallen them. Can I actually... Okay, I can't actually look at the letter forest at the moment. Oh, I have to speak to Kippe. The mood of answers echoing in the distance. Pearlden. Maybe. The mood of answers echoing in the distance is a little bit somber. There you are. Were you able to learn aught of Nagi? I have to put my umbrella away to gesture. Escorting a carriage for the minstrel, so that's the way of it. As suggested, let us take ourselves to Blackbrush Station and try searching in the vicinity. I feel like the Rising event doesn't always have answers playing. I've done Rising events before, even though I skipped last year. I think. Sucro, no sooner did I arrive than this man came running, out of breath. You're an adventurer? Think the 12. It's the bandits from the Quiver and Manse. They've fallen on a chocobo carriage over by the clutch. The carriage only had one guard, and he was sorely outnumbered. Please, you must help him. It has to be Nagi. With me, Sucro. Are you gonna fight, Kippe? Do you have, like, fighting power? Oh no. Well, the chocobo doesn't seem to care. The chocobos are okay. Damn it, there's no end to them. We have you now, you stubborn little shite! Enough! Leave my little brother alone, or 12 as my witness you'll receive such a thrashing as you've never known. From this fearsome adventurer here, that is. What did you expect, Sucro? Sucro, kill. That's no ordinary woman! Retreat! Thank you for recognizing that Sucro is cool. Goodbye. Are you alright, Nagi? Hey, what are you doing here? I saw that guy. I'm sorry I didn't come when I said I would, sister. Rest assured I'm not too badly hurt. That's a relief. I'll take a proper look at your wounds back in the city. Nod. It seems you're an adventurer too. Thank you for your help. What's your name, if I may ask? I'm Sucro. I'm a cat. You may have heard of me, I guess. Sucro Funk. I'll remember it. Oh, you haven't heard of me. Also, your name is Nagi. Interesting. So you have like a nickname that cuts off an apostrophe in a letter. Not unlike how there are nicknames for Seekers of the Sun that do the same thing, but on the other half of the name sometimes. To send your foes running without even drawing your weapon, you're clearly a great adventurer. I still have a long way to go embarrassing myself like I did. If I want sister's approval, I need to grow stronger to be able to fight on my own. My approval? I like that intro guy is over here. But first things first, Vermont and I have a delivery to make for the Rising. If you'll excuse us, we will hurry back to Ul'dah. Let us head back as well. I had a mind to pay the minstrel a visit in any case. Determined and pointing. It's fun that Bremont is there. Well, that's basically what I said, I guess, about the nicknames, so yeah. Though, I don't think they always have... No, actually, that might be... It's okay, hold on. Mikote naming conventions. I think... Yeah, for Keepers of the... Okay, yeah, for Keepers of the Moon... The male Mikote always have like a suffix on their name indicating which son they are. They take the mother's first name and then add a suffix to it. So apparently they get nicknamed by just being called their mother's name. Nagi here is the first son due to the apostrophe A, and then it goes To, Li, Se, Ra, Ir, Wo, Ya, Zi, and Tan. Though it is rare for a keeper family to have more than 2 or 3 sons, according to this naming convention's lore. Welcome back, my friends. Pleased am I to see that Nagi is safe and well. Rising attendants inform me that they now have all the letters. With this, we may proceed with the letter festival as planned. Thank you, Nagi. I'm so sorry I'm late. You see... Explaining. Were it not for Sucro, there's no telling what might have become of the letters in Vermont. In the end, I was utterly useless. So that is how it happened. As Nagi's client, allow me to thank you as well for coming to his aid. Nod. That being said, my boy, you were far from useless. Nay, you bravely defended the carriage until help arrived. There's no need to belittle yourself so. Well, Sucro didn't need to rely on anyone. No, she drove off the bandits with nary more than a stern look. I couldn't hold a candle to her. Like her, I want to be able to deal with any problem without help. Otherwise, I can't claim to be an adventurer worth his salt. Sucro has a bunch of friends, without help. Tell me, Nagi, all this time have you been working alone, even for dangerous tasks? That's right. A worthy adventurer doesn't rely on others. If I'm to be the kind of adventurer you approve of, I must be able to handle anything by myself. I see. If that's what you believe, then I can't consent to you being an adventurer any longer. Return to our village and start over. What? But you were so happy for me when I became an adventurer. I'm working so hard to succeed, to prove to you that I have what it takes, but now... You've developed a grave misconception. Until you recognize what it is, I can't in good conscience approve of your calling. If you can't accept this, if you wish to remain an adventurer, then you must win me over. And it begins with pondering why you first embarked upon this path. All right, sister, I'll think on this. You can pass some DPS checks solo if you're way over leveled. It appears Kippe wants her brother to rethink what adventuring is to him. Had the question been posed to you, what answer would you arrive at, I wonder? I'm sorry you had to see that, Sucro. Despite how it may have appeared, no one wants my brother to succeed more than I do. To succeed and be happy. After all, I know better than any how hard he works. Unless he changes his ways, however, he's like to die somewhere out there. And even if he manages to stay alive, he'd only know an arduous life. That's why I didn't go out of my way to be gentle when dressing his wounds. Snow White? Snow White Disney? That's funny. And very sudden. If he could just focus on what actually matters, instead he obsesses about gaining my approval and compares himself to others. If truth be told, no matter what Nagi wants to do, it is my intent to support him. It's his life after all, and no one else's. It isn't my place to interfere. Wait, does the person dressed like Snow White also have like a bluebird summoned? That's funny. Committed to the bit. Or is that someone else's bird? I don't know. Be that as it may, if he's sabotaging his own aspirations with his obsession for my approval, I can't simply stand idly by and watch. Loath though I am to impose, until my brother has found his answer, might I trouble you to keep an eye on him? He's looking for answers, but it's in the background right now. Please take it as a request from me as well. Ever has adventuring been dangerous, and it's more dangerous still for one who spurns help. Yeah, okay, it's the Vieira's bird, I think. Well, actually no, the bird's gone. Because Snow White is also gone. Anyway. Like Kippe, I do not wish for Nagi to continue on his current path. As a fellow adventurer, please help him find a better way. Nod. Thank you. Now then, on a related matter, I must pay a visit to the Weavers Guild, but I'll see you again anon, if you'll excuse me. Nagi set off this way, so you may find him at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. We leave him in your capable hands, my friend. I remember seeing at least one, like, trial or something at some point where only the tanks were alive at the end and there were two paladins. And it took a little while, but they did solo the rest of the fight. Well, duo, I suppose. They managed it. Hey, what's up? Oh, it's you, Sucro. What is it? Is that so? I'm sorry. This is really something I should be doing alone. Still, it's nice to have someone to talk to. Like my sister bade me, I'm pondering why I chose to become an adventurer in the first place. Kippe has looked after me since I was no more than 10 after our parents passed away. She was already a reporter by then, and her work took her to various places. From her I heard tales about adventurers and came to admire them. Upon learning of the full extent of the impending calamity, she took us to a village in the mountains where our aunt lived. It's desperate times like these that people need stories of hope, she used to say. I believe she'd wanted to remain in Gridania and continue her work, but she left in order to keep me safe. I was a burden to her then. I don't want to be a burden to her again. For that I need to show her that I don't need to depend on others. That I'm a capable adventurer who can handle anything by himself. Ponder as I might, I can't understand what's wrong with that. Well, when in doubt, I suppose I should do what adventurers do and gather information. It would be good, I think, to speak with people like my sister, people who aren't adventurers, but are familiar with them. Who in Ul'dah would fit that description? A business with extensive dealings with adventurers, the local purveyor of information, or the face of the Adventurers Guild. That makes sense. Why not Momodi? Of course, who else but Miss Momodi? In her capacity as guild representative, she's bound to have some valuable insights. I'll seek her out at once. I don't think I understood anything about what was happening in that fight, but I think I did survive. I've already kind of forgotten, truthfully. I still remember when I first came here to sign up. I was nervous wreck then, but now this place feels like a second home. I come all the time for crumpets. They make them so springy and serve them drowning in butter and honey. Sorry, now isn't the time for that. Come, let's have a chat with Miss Momodi. Well now, if it isn't Sucro and Nagi, to what do I owe the pleasure of both of your companies today? I was hoping to get your advice on a certain matter. The misconception you've developed about being an adventurer, that's an interesting one, I have to admit. Try as I might to figure it out, I keep going around in circles. I thought you might be able to offer some insights. Nod. This is just a gut feeling, but I reckon I understand what your sister's trying to say. Tell me, Nagi, suppose you fail to get your sister's approval, would you simply give up being an adventurer? Would it all become meaningless? From this here counter, I've indeed seen off many an adventurer, each and every one unique with dreams and destinations all their own. But in spite of their differences, they all share something in common, a reason for first embarking upon their journey. Sucro, would you mind telling us why you chose the adventure in life? Gasp. I wanted to see the world. It seemed exciting. A friend recommended. Haha! That's funny. Because there's a recommendation system and there's a referral system in the game. I feel like this is alluding to that. I wanted to see the world, it seemed exciting, a friend recommended it to me, or it's a secret. It's a very funny option. Sucro's actual canon answer here is that she wanted to see the world, I think. How very like you. Keep that reason close to your heart now, you hear? And you, Nagi, what inspired you to become an adventurer? It's simple, really. I heard about adventurers from my sister and became infatuated with the lives they led. Like them, I wanted to be able to see the world while helping those in need. Then isn't that enough? Your sister's approval or no, you have a reason all your own. You have a reason all your own. Gasp. By the 12, I see now. At some point, my desire to prove myself to Kippa displaced my own motive for being an adventurer. That's the misconception Kippa wanted me to recognize. What a fool I've been. Wanting someone's approval isn't wrong in and of itself, mine, but it's got nothing to do with why you're an adventurer. It shouldn't force you to do things you wouldn't otherwise do, like trying to handle everything alone. Well, that's enough from me today. I've said my piece. What you do now is up to you, Nagi. Thank you for helping me realize, Miss Momodi. Think nothing of it. It's my job to watch over you all. Nothing makes me happier than to see you happy doing what you do. Nod. Smile. I wonder if this scene is slightly different if you start in Ul'dah. I guess Momodi would know you regardless, so maybe not. Thank you too, Sucro, for accompanying me. I think I know what to say to Kippa now. And loath though I am to trouble you again, there's something else I'd like your help with. You see, of the letters we collected in Limsa Lominsa, one was from an explorer who was seeking an escort from for an expedition. By now, that letter should be on display at the Gold Court. I want to show it to my sister, and I'd be grateful if you could help me find it. Come, let's rejoin the minstrel. Fireworks are occurring. I guess that's just this way. Now where's that letter? Ah, welcome back. Dare I hope you were able to find the answer? Yes, I'm happy to say, Miss Momodi helped me come to a realization. And when I go to speak with my sister... Explaining... I keep thinking all of these letters are flags. Like... Is this... I forget which flag this is. It's neither of the ones I guessed. But I think there's a flag that resembles this. Yo, what? Okay, this has nothing to do with Final Fantasy XIV, but apparently the game Grim Dawn that I like is getting another expansion. That's cool. Anyway. I see. By all means, feel free to borrow the letter. Does it have any distinguishing characteristics? As I recall, there was a large drawing of a blue chocobo on it. Nod. Very well, let us all search together, the more swiftly to find it. Leave it to me. It's a secret is a fun answer for that too. Hey look, I found it. Letter with a chocobo carriage drawing. Well, if you say so. Looks the same to me. Dear not-so-new adventurer, as a traveling merchant I've had my fair share of happy encounters, but sharing a carriage with you stands out above them all. For you see, I went on to sell veritable crate loads of the ring I gave you. Hey. This is talking to me, isn't it? This is from the opening of the game Carriage Driver guy. I went on to sell veritable crate loads of the ring I gave you, and turned enough of a profit to buy my own carriage. There are multiple letters. Well, this is the only one I can look at right now, I think. You shared with me your adventurer's luck, and I count my blessings every day. No matter where I go, I often hear tell of your exploits, and it makes me inordinately proud to have met you. Till we meet again, my friend, I pray for your continued safety and success. While the contents ring a bell, this letter wasn't written by an explorer, nor does it bear a drawing of a blue chocobo. It isn't the missive Nagi is looking for. Oh, okay, so we go through various letters. Letter with a quill drawing. Esteemed adventurer, should you chance to read this letter, I pray it finds you well. Much time has passed since you helped us to rebuild in the wake of that terrible disaster, but we still remember you most fondly. Our lives continue to be hard, and every day brings new challenges. Nonetheless, we've regained a semblance of what we once had, and smiles are beginning to return to faces. Tomorrow will be brighter than today. This we dare to believe now, thanks to you. And should you yourself face hardship, I pray that you believe the same. While the contents ring a bell, this letter wasn't written by an explorer, nor does it bear a drawing of a blue chocobo. That one is vague enough that it probably could be several things. Letter with a shield. Dome and restoration is my first thought, but I don't know if that's true. As someone charged with the city's peace, I cannot overstate how much of a boon adventurers are to our efforts. Some folk had expressed concern that an increase in drifters would see a corresponding rise in crimes, but on the contrary, they are steadily declining. Soldiers like ourselves are somewhat limited in the scope of our duties, and we are not always available to lend our citizens what assistance they need. Thus would I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to adventurers who step up to fill the void. Contents ring a bell, but it's not the letter you're looking for. That one sort of gives me, like, Ishgard vibes. I have to read all the other ones before the Chocobo one. Are there other ones? Oh, yeah, actually Paladin makes sense there. So, we read Quill, Shields, Carriage. I guess there's only those 4. For me. Given the shield, probably Paladin, yeah. Actually. I'm guessing there are different letters here depending. Or maybe. Dear adventurer, how fares your journey? Mine continues and I wake up to the sound of birdsong and lie down to sleep beneath the moonlight as I seek unblazed trails. Long ago, when an adventurer aided me, I was made to realize how alike we are. Deep down, we are simply travelers who thrill to make new discoveries. Thus do I write this letter now in hopes of recruiting such like-minded souls to join me on an expedition. If you share in my desire to make the uncharted charted, then I invite you to seek me out at the Drowning Winch in Limsa Lominsa. Eagerly do I await your coming. This letter recruiting adventurers bears a drawing of a blue chocobo. It must be the missive Nagi is looking for. No luck over here so far. How about you? Adorned with a hand-drawn picture of a chocobo, this letter invites adventurers to take part in an exploratory expedition. A blue chocobo. Yes, this is the one. All that's left then is to talk to Kippe. Do you know where she is? She went to the Weavers Guild, saying that she had business there. Perhaps she's buying clothes. At any rate, I'll look for her there. Thank you. For this, too, might I trouble you to accompany Nagi? Afterwards, I ask that you tell me how events unfold. I shall await you at the Ruby Road Exchange. Interesting. You mean like this particular letter is that? Or was that? Also, when you say that one letter didn't ring a bell for you, does that mean like the text that said it rang a bell was different? Or is that just like you didn't understand or you didn't recognize what that was? I didn't mean to say understand, that sounds more rude. Ah, okay. You're here too, Sucro. I must confess, I'm feeling rather nervous, so I appreciate your presence. That's interesting. Oh dear, you came to find me? My apologies for taking so long. So, Naki, were you able to find the answer? Hi, to begin with, I want you to look at this. An explorer is assembling an escort for an expedition. Certainly sounds exciting. In wanting your approval, I was determined not to rely on others, but a part of me dearly wanted to be part of the expedition, to go where I dare not set foot alone, so I've decided that I'll answer the invitation. Then, this means you've given up on trying to do everything alone? Nod. I'd wanted to prove to you that I'm capable, that I'm no longer a burden, and in my obsession, I lost sight of why I became an adventurer in the first place. To see what lies beyond the horizon and lend a helping hand to those I meet. That's what drives me, and I was able to remember this thanks to Miss Momoti and Sucro. And whether or not you approve, I want to continue adventuring for my own reasons. Is that alright with you? Didn't you just say you didn't need my approval? But to be clear, I never actually intended to stop you. Gasp. Do you remember what you once told me, Nagi, shortly before the calamity struck? Shake head. Flashback. Did you interview adventurers again today? What were they like? What kind of places have they been to? You never get sick of hearing about adventurers, do you? Never ever. When I grow up, I want to be an adventurer too. That's fine that's as fine an aspiration of any, but you know what kind of adventurer you wish to become? A hero like in the tales, perhaps? Oh no, sister, not a hero. Adventurers are free spirits, and I want to be the freest spirit of all. Oh yes, I'll travel the world and meet lots of people, and when I visit home, you can interview me as much as you like. Aw. For that boy to spurn help for want of my approval, I couldn't bear to see it. And in order to bring you to your senses, I may have spoken a little sternly. As an adventurer, you'll experience no small amount of hardships, but you chose your path because you wanted to be free. So don't let yourself be shackled by expectation, be it your own or that of others, and instead take things as they come. Nod. So long as you're true to yourself and recognize your limits, you'll surely find a way forward. And remember, not even heroes can accomplish everything alone. Relying on others doesn't make you a lesser adventurer. If anything, the freer we are, the more we need to look out for one another. And that, I believe, is the essence and beauty of adventuring. Wouldn't you agree, Sucro? Wholeheartedly, or a hero needs friends as much as anyone. A hero needs friends as much as anyone. Understood, Kippe. I won't ever forget this. Knowing you, I expect you're raring to answer the explorer's petition in Limsa Lominsa. You'll be taking an airship, yes? In which case, I shall give these garments to you now. I had them made for you, thinking it was past time you had something better. I was hoping this is what her going to the Weavers Guild was for. Because every adventurer needs to get outfit upgrades periodically. For me? Thank you so much, sister! I must thank you too, Sucro. You're the kind of adventurer I admire, and I'll keep on working hard to be like you. I couldn't have asked for a better person to watch over my little brother. I appreciate everything you've done for him, and look forward to meeting you again, be it for a story or something else. With that, we take our leave of you. Till next time! Smile. You see the siblings off, safe in the knowledge that all will be well. Time to rejoin the wondering minstrel and relate to him the tale's happy conclusion. This probably isn't actually faster, but you know. Whatever. Sucro had to do some flips. Welcome back, my friend. Judging by your expression, I take it all is well with Nagi and Kippe. Explain. I see. Pleased am I to hear that. When we first set out on our journeys, 'tis usually for the simplest of reasons, and as we make our way, those reasons may become lost in a haze of motives, causing us to lose sight of what truly matters. In such a time, if we can but remember what prompted us to take our first step, we will always find the strength to take the next. Nagi shall be fine, I'm certain of it. My thanks for keeping an eye on him. These events have inspired a new verse in me, a verse about the dreams of those who seek new worlds and the hopes of those who see them off. Whoop. I didn't expect that for some reason. I think this happens more than... I think this happens sometimes with the minstrel, but... Oh! A flashback to... Wait, what's happening? I'm just on an airship now. This happens every rising. Oh, right. Greetings, warrior of light. Ah, yes. That makes sense. I figured we'd have to speak to Yoshipi at some point. Yeah. I've seen some risings before, I just didn't remember exactly how they went. This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream, a flight of fancy conjured by your weary mind? Perhaps, perhaps not. 'Tis a pleasure to meet you again. As I have in the past, I have beckoned you here that I might express my gratitude. Yeah, I've done Rising, like, as Sucro on camera before, at least. Hello, Yoshida. I don't think we're usually on an airship, though. 10 years have now passed since the world was reborn from its ashes. Since we set forth upon this journey. Countless things have happened during that time, and I've had the pleasure of meeting many an adventurer along the way. If truth be told, it hasn't always been easy. There are moments when I wonder why I must struggle so, days when I'm tempted to cast it all aside. But in spite of this, I always manage to carry on, and it is thanks to my wonderful comrades and to you, our esteemed adventurers. Oh yeah, I remember that, actually, I think. Well, wait, I didn't do the... I don't know, I'm confused now. I remember something. By now, I must have been regaled with tens of thousands of your tales. You usually share them with a smile, but even when it is with a frown, you tell me that you're still enjoying yourself. You may have shown it to me, that's true. 'Tis no exaggeration that I derive all of my driving force from you all. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I have to take this picture of Sucro with Yoshida. Smile. Ours is an unending journey, and nothing would make me happier than if we could keep walking it together. As you make your way, we promise that we will ever be at your side, matching you step for step. Yoshi-P looks tired often, I think. Yoshi-P should... Yeah. He clearly really enjoys his job and really cares about it. But he's also... He also seems tired a lot. That's just my impression, anyway. Now the time has come for this vision to end. Time for your eyes to open from this waking dream. Much time has passed since the world was reborn from its ashes. Countless souls have made this place their home. Every single one has left an indelible mark upon it. Here's a cool bird, Sucro. Yeah. I feel like he does overwork himself. Together we've built this world, and it's our sincerest hope that we shall continue to do so for many years to come. So please, be safe and well. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. The bird will now go up. Sorry, I missed your verse. Could you do that again? I dare say Nagi is aboard the airship by now. I pray that he and Kippa will find happiness upon their respective paths. I hope you do so as well, my friend. If you would lend me an ear, I would dedicate these verses to your future. Gasp? Okay. By morning light the journey starts, a trill of hope within our hearts. On westerly wind, to river song, into the world where we belong. Oh, really? That's neat. Of fields of white and azure sky, sunsets storm a crimson fire. Jewels a glitter on pitch black veil, a new day dawns, so goes the tale. By eternal wind we carry on, boldly towards a golden morn, with memories as a guiding star, shining our steps, both near and far. Yeah, there were definitely some expansion names in there. I caught some of them, but not all of them. Where you will go, whom you will meet, what you will see, there's no telling what the future holds for anyone. Yet come what may, I bid you never forget this. The bonds you forge, the memories you make, and the footprints you leave behind, they shall one day spur you forward. So pray, continue walking your own path. Wherever this journey leads, I shall be praying for your happiness. Nod. And then the airship gets hit with the firework and, like, falls over. With a comedy sound effect. With memories shared yet all our own, as one we brave frontiers unknown. Thank you for 10 years. Aw. That's a nice touch. You now have access to the Letter Forest, the Gold Court. Additionally, you've also unlocked the Kupo Kupo Adventure minigame. The what now? This, along with other minigames, may be played by opening the toy chest in an inn room. This person's outfit is good, I think. They're like a reindeer. That's fun. Wait, you become it? I'll have to check that. I have random furniture in my inventory that I forgot about. So, okay. What were the song lyrics? Let's see. Of fields of white and azure sky, sunset storm and crimson fire. There's like references to expansions there, but not directly names. Eternal Wind is in there. Towards a Golden Morn is probably Dawn Trail, etc. I will have to summon that to check it. Show me letters. Oh, there's many. Also, some of them are almost certainly Tactics Freighter. Oh no. I'm gonna be right back first. Hello. I am going to read all of these. All of them. I'm assuming that they are different depending on what you've done. You get a fancy little letter from a message board keeper. Many years have passed since we installed a message board on an unassuming street corner. To see it continue to be utilized by adventurers fills me and my fellow keepers with pride. Like a lodestone, the message board draws people together. That's funny, because the lodestone is the website, and there's a message board. And it's our hope that it keeps serving you well as a means to share information. For our humble part, we shall endeavor to maintain the board in good repair while bringing you news that may be of interest. With best wishes, a message board keeper. This might be more from staff, actually. This might be... I think this is Final Fantasy XIV staff and not quests that we've done. That's also good, though. Letter from a choreographist. As a choreographist, my job is to create movements that convey specific emotions, such as a dancer's performance or a Mehmet's adorable gesture. And though I have the honor of contributing my expertise to etiquette manuals, movement cannot be tangibly preserved in the manner that artwork such as paintings can. So you make emotes. From the mesmerizing flutter of fabric to the inviting springiness of booze, it all passes by in an instant. In light of this, if but one of my steps or flourishes occupy a place in your memory, then nothing would make me happier. Movingly yours, a humble choreographist. Choreographist? A letter from an etiquette manual writer. Also an emotes artist, and like motion. One lazy afternoon, as I stood by the Aetheryte Plaza, I found myself absorbed by the sight of adventurers whiling away their time. Greeting friends who were passing by, practicing a newly learned dance, sitting on a bench and chatting. Opening umbrellas when it began to rain, tucking into a loaf of bread when peckish. To the untrained eye, they were doing naught out of the ordinary. I, however, saw the fruits of my life's work, and it warmed my heart. That would make sense, yeah, the cutscenes. This is a person who does, like, emotes and stuff. Dreaming of a day when proper social etiquette is practiced by all, be it in a ballroom or otherwise, I shall continue my quest to edify. Courteously yours, an etiquette manual writer. A theater set designer. So the reason I was like, oh no, this has something to... Wait. Whoa, mouse cursor is weird. Anyway. The reason I thought this had something to do with the tactics writers because of all the theater in it. Because I didn't realize this was staff. Though it could still be from, like, guest staff. Which isn't bad. I just have an instinctive, oh no, to response to the writing of that specific writer. Anyway. Letter from a theater set designer. Dear Adventurer, I am a theater set designer, and one who is said to have a penchant for designing unusual props for the stage. Some of my labors of love, it thrilled me to discover, have caught your eye to become little companions that follow you around, or even modes of transportation. To see my creations for the stage delight you off it, even the oddest ones, delights me in turn, and further motivates me in my craft. In hopes that I can continue to delight you all, I will endeavor to create ever more interesting props. Yours in whimsy, a theater set designer. These are nice messages. A letter from a festival committee member. Dear Adventurer, I am a festival committee member in charge of decorating the cities during celebrations. I bet so. Yeah, the grapes might be part of that. While decorations are an oft unremarked part of events, some of you have noticed the little touches we apply, such as stray bombs and romantic snowmen, and it makes our efforts all the more worthwhile. Shoutouts to the snowman props. that are amazing and have a funny face. As you continue your adventures, it is our hope that the festive ambience we create throughout the year will provide you with joy and respite both. Mirthfully yours, a festival committee member. A letter from an architect. Recently, my fellows and I have been taking ourselves around the realm, repairing buildings and roads as well as restoring natural landscapes. This we do as part of an initiative to improve quality of life for adventurers. Yours is a long journey. What little we can do to ease your way, we gladly do. Constructively yours, a humble architect. A letter from an artisan. You who are reading this letter, I bid you imagine the countless adventurers who call this world home. I dare say it isn't difficult to do so, for that is reality as it stands. But we mustn't take it for granted, for what we have now is the culmination of much hard work by full many souls. Souls, including your good self. Adventurers breathe life into this world, each one of you giving rise to a grand tale, and I hope you never forget this. Thank you for taking the time to cast your eyes over these words. Wherever your adventures may lead, may you find happiness. With utmost respect, a nameless artisan. A letter from a linguist. I first set foot in this land 10 years ago. Since then, I've had an occasion to meet numerous fine adventurers like yourself. Many languages exist, and they sometimes act as a wall that divide us. This world, however, is a place where we might transcend that wall and come together in unity. Each and every day, you and yours find various ways to forge bonds. In so doing, you gain access to a new world as seen through different eyes, and that is what makes life endlessly fascinating. As you carry on adventuring, I pray that you will be blessed with many such enriching encounters. Yours in understanding and unity, a humble linguist. A letter from a citizen. Dear adventurer, during the calamity and for a long time afterwards, there was nary a smile to be seen upon faces. Now, however, I often see you and yours walking happily through the city, and it never fails to warm the heart. In my mind, you are the symbols of the new era. No one can say what the future holds, but when I see your smiles, I am reassured that somehow all will be well. Sincerely yours, a humble citizen. No one was playing this game at the end of 1.0, Sucro. Is what that sounds like, kinda. A letter from a theater director. That can't be true. There must have been people playing. I used to be an adventurer, but in the course of my travels I developed the urge to recreate for others the sense of marvel that I was experiencing. One thing led to another, and I eventually became a theater director. My role is to produce spectacular theater, and nothing is more gratifying than to receive praise from the audience. For a long time to come, I hope to continue creating memorable adventures to share with everyone. Yours in imagination and wonderment, a humble theater director. I haven't seen any of those, but yeah, that does sound nice. A letter from an advertising scribe. As an advertising scribe, I create notices for events and products that you see posted to message boards. Such information isn't exactly essential for adventuring, but I consider it job well done if people are aware of their options, and I'll keep striving to deliver information that may be of interest to adventurers. Thank you for your kindness and compassion. Communicatively yours, a humble advertising scribe. Communicatively. That word is difficult to say. A letter from a guide. In all things, it's nice to be able to make changes to better suit your taste. But by the same token, the more choices one has, the more difficult it is to decide what to do. We began posting guides on the message board as a way to answer questions from adventurers. Before we knew it, we'd surpassed 200 items. We couldn't have kept at it for so long without your invaluable feedback. It makes us truly happy when we hear that we could help to solve your problems, even in some small way. Encouraged by your praise and driven by your requests, we'll keep working hard to serve you. Yeah, the award-winning meme definitely helps the advertising scribe for sure. Should you have any comments or suggestions, please do not hesitate to reach out. We always appreciate hearing from you. Informatively yours, a humble guide. A letter from a gatekeeper. All who set forth must invariably pass through the entrance. And while most will not spare the place a second thought, we gatekeepers think of naught else day in and day out. Our solemn duty is to ensure that all adventurers can enter unhindered, and this entails keeping signs in good repair and pesky fiends at bay. We're especially attentive when we throw open all entrances at once following large-scale maintenance works. Yeah, okay. You can only obfuscate what you're talking about through game language so much. Sometimes. Throw wide the gates. Yeah. Inspired by the eager expressions you wear as you set forth anew, we will continue performing our task to the best of our ability. Vigilantly yours, a humble gatekeeper. Large-scale maintenance works. Letter from a playwright. A stirring story needs a formidable antagonist, one who stands in the protagonist's way and causes them sadness and suffering. When the heroes finally overcome that foe, they will know a joy that is as sweet as their struggles were bitter. Those who shared in that joy will go on to become friends true, their bond transcending age, station, and nations. In order to create such depressing lows and soaring highs, I will strive to conceive of more compelling antagonists. Dramatically yours, a humble playwright. That's a very specific thing for a writer to say. Letter from a theater composer. Hey, Soken. As someone who composes music for the stage, nothing pleases me more than to hear that you are moved by my work. I am also humbled to receive your words of appreciation for the concerts we hold and the orchestrion roles we release. You are my motivation, spurring me to continue composing music that brings the story to life, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yours in the melody, a humble theater composer. I think that one got me specifically knowing what Soken went through, i.e. cancer. A letter from a theater sound designer. From swords slashing to armor clinking, from water running to leaves rustling, I have the pleasure of recreating for the stage the various sounds that can be heard out in the world. It is a challenge and a thrill to produce these sounds, and we draw inspiration from the knowledge that they're heard and appreciated by many. However, the sounds of a play isn't limited to that which we ourselves create. Wouldn't that be aren't limited? Grammatically? Sorry, I'm editor brain. No, they also encompass those who made by the audience and the players. It's a collaboration between us, a joint performance, and it's my hope that we can continue filling the world with sound together. Acoustically yours, a humble theater sound designer. The most important sounds from the audience are, of course, the Mikote voice that goes, wow, whew, wow, which I'm always thinking about, actually. Not always, but sometimes. And it's not Sucro's voice. Anyway.
Whoa. Y-O-O. Woo. Whoa.
A good attempt. Wow. Woo. Woo. Wow. There's someone I could play a funny video game at. I forget whomst. I have to scroll up a lot. A lot. It might not be in here. It's not in here. They have a 10th marker on the map. The only person I remember having that marker is the itinerant Moogle. Oh, okay, there it is. Wait, that is the Moogle. Can you also just play this at the Moogle? No. That's just the Moogle. Unless there's someone over here. Oh. I didn't... They're not on the map, just above them. Kupo Kupo Adventure. What is Kupo Kupo Adventure? Glamour-generated game in which you control a Moogle armed with a magic rebounding ball. Breakout? Good start. Oh, it's not Breakout. It kind of is. Interesting. I'm guessing these are what the orchestrion rules I bought were. Easier on mouse and keyboard. Weird. Okay. I think you can change the angle here too. I just noticed that control. Oh, I see. I don't fully understand everything that's happening, but that's fine. I don't know what reason there is to attack diagonally sometimes. I guess to, like, go through more enemies. Like that. This is neat. You sense a powerful presence. Oh, okay, yeah, this is definitely the orchestrion rolls I got. Because this would be Palm from the Heavens then. I see. Sort of. Yeah, there we go. In a way, it's kind of Breakout. Keep pressing that instead. Oh no. Oh. I forgot. I didn't realize bombs would do that. That makes sense. I like all the sprites also. Oh, Cactar be moving. I see. Oh, Cactar also doesn't attack. Understood. Hello, this is a mini game included in the Rising. We've gone through all the events and like a bunch of letters from the game's staff that were included in the Rising, and this is also a mini game that is here that I am looking at because it seems neat. Wow, get wrecked. Get a little bit less wrecked, I guess. Oops, that was a bad shot. Oh no. Oh no. My Moogle. I'll wait a bit for that. But actually... should have waited for the Cactar to be in range, probably. So... hell yeah. So I'm guessing stopping on... oh, you take damage for even moving there. Good to know. Doom? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I could do that. If I really wanted to fire from there. I have MP? Oh, there's fireworks sounds. I was confused. There we go, that's pretty good. Ugh, I almost got hit by that, not noticing that there was a Cactar there. Oh, whoops. Ugh. Cactars are not able to move currently. Not bad. A fearsome fiend has appeared. Now that is a good shot. Ow. I'm guessing if one of them advances all the way forward, you die. Interesting that you can choose the target of the cure. As if there would be more than one Moogle. Well, I need to get rid of the bomb because it's pretty close. Pretty good. Aha! Uh-oh. A Tonberry. That worries me. Should wait, though. Bad one. Tonberries move faster? What is this? Also cool Lamia sprite from 4, I think. Aha. Now that's breakout. Oh. What do you mean, Doom? I can't get rid of that, right? Does that mean I have to use this? Oh, if you die. That makes sense, too. I didn't even notice I had Palm Meteor. What the heck? You get out of here. Okay. Oh no. Bad angle. I made error. That's fine. That should be good though. Okay, you can attack pretty close. Ouch. Ah. I forgot that was there. Oh dear. That was all right. Ouch. 9 needles, the famous Cactar attack that they're always using. That was okay. Oh god, there's so many of them. I'm not levitating right now, am I? Nope. Nah, I didn't notice you. You just keep bouncing around down there. Thanks. I didn't notice you either. Oh no. My funny Moogle. What? Odin? Odin is here! Ah, geez, why is it always Odin? And I can barely move, too. Okay. I think I have an idea. It might work. It might not work. It did pretty okay. Ouch. Odin got destroyed. I got stabbed. You know, why not? Boop. I won. What is this art here?
Odin, more like oh, you're done already.
Is that... That's like the Wandering Minstrel, and I think Yoshi P's character specifically hiding from a robot? Like, that looks like a Lalafell in the Minfilia outfit, which is what Yoshi P plays as. So that's funny. Victory.
Yeah, yo. I'm the tallest of mountains, I am the roughest of waves, I'm the toughest of terrors, I am the darkest of days, I'm the last one that's standing, don't try to stand in my way,
I'll be right back.
Cause I've been up against better, just take a look at my face. Cause if you're messing with me, I am a dangerous weapon, I am the sharpest of blades, I'll cut you down in a second, cause I was born in this pain, it only hurts if you let it, so if you think you can take me, then you should go and forget it. And after all this time, you're back for more. I won't stop until they know my name, so I'll take what's mine and start this war. I'm coming at you like a tidal wave, tidal wave, tidal wave. When everything you know has come and gone, you are at your lowest, I am rising higher, only scars remain of who I was, what I find in the ashes, you lose in the fire, when there's no one left to carry on, this is an illusion, open up your eyes and, this pain, persists. I can't resist, but that's what it takes to be infinite. Yeah, so look around you, and tell me what you really see, I never end, and that's the difference in you and me, cause when your time is up, and everything is falling down, it's only me and you, who is gonna save you now. So look around you, and tell me what you really see, you live a lie, and that's the difference in you and me, I have the power, let me show you what it's all about, it's only me and you. Who is gonna save you now? Who is gonna save you now? I am the tallest of mountains, and don't you ever forget it, if you step in the ring, then you're gonna regret it, take it, cause if you're messing with me, then you should know that it's over, I don't crumble for nothing, I've got the world on my shoulders, meow. What, a black square? By the gods.
Hello. Kupo Kupo Adventure is pretty neat. There's one last thing I want to look at pertaining to the Rising, and then I'll actually get to the Sorrow of Werlyt. This has actually been quite a while of the Rising content. This is not the correct location. I meant to go here. A hiccup, apparently. Sorry. No, that's not it. I don't know if that was even audible. Preview, there it is. Is it in here? No. Well, maybe not. Doesn't seem to be, actually. There was a furnishing item that I didn't actually purchase. That was available at the Rising vendor, and I was hoping I could preview to look at it closely without having to remove anything. It's not that, though. I don't think so. Wait. What? What is this? You get apologies for... You get apology furniture for failing to get a house? That's funny. There's also a bunch of fancy pictures of scions, apparently. Which I didn't know. Urianger has appeared inside of the wall. That is a large picture of Urianger. Okay, I'll go buy the item, I guess. I don't think it's the ad art for this year. I think it's something distinct. Some people are dead. I think it's funny that the Rising vendor is 1.0 Minfilia still. The Rising advertisement. I'm not sure if you're being reminded of something by the 1.0 Minfilia or by the dead people in the road. Presumably the Minfilia, but both are kind of funny. Oh, interesting. I don't remember you mentioning that to me, actually. That's cool. Alright, time to put away the hourglass, as always, in order to look at a different furniture. I say as always, but I've probably not done that like on camera terribly often. It's just because that's what I have to do when I want to place a, I have to find a place that this can go that works. That allows me to look at it. There. I removed the hourglass to put like the green screen. That's not called a green screen. What is it called? I'm so bad at words sometimes. The white screen. Well, fair enough. I don't think this is the rising art for this year. I think this is something distinct. And so, yeah, it's like the 1.0 Scion crew. Not 1.0, like 2.0. Louis Swa and the Dalamud minions are fighting here. Haha, a lot of these people are dead. Isn't that great? No. No, it's not. Not really. There we go. That made me phase through the bed. Oh. The honey pot is a house item. Store. This is the problem with having 100 out of 100 housing items in your apartment. Slightly as a bit, but also because it seemed like a fun challenge to try and make a decent looking apartment that was completely as many items as possible. I still really like Sucro's apartment. I think it's good. Anyway. The sorrow of Werlyt. It's over here. Looks like an actual design set by the creators. Are you sure the creators would put books in the fish tank, though? Or like stacks of paper? Well, I'm glad you think it looks impressive. I didn't really even use any fancy housing tricks that people do that aren't intended by the... Oh yeah! That's fine, right? Forgot about that. I didn't even use any like the super fancy tricks that people like hack the engine to do. Not really hack, but like use glitches and whatnot to accomplish. I don't think any of those are present in Sucro's apartment anyway. Ruby Doomsday. Ah, Sucro, glad you could make it. As you may have heard, Commander Al-Din has given orders to embark from Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about being on the front lines against these new weapons. They're designed to slay primals. They'd make short work of us mere mortals as well. Also, thank you for the compliments on my apartment and stuff. Sucro's apartment. Mind you, it's Gaius Baelsar and his followers who have led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've been giving as good as they get. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare say they'd benefit greatly from your presence on the battlefield. If you're ready, my colleague over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way. I think this was during Koji Fox era, because I forget when it was that someone else was like the head of localization because Koji was working on 16 primarily. I forget when that began. But also Koji Fox is just fun to blame parentheses positive on localization silliness. It's probably around Endwalker. Koji's full name is... I will continue to say that Koji's full name is like one of the best names that you could say the entire thing of in disappointment to somebody. Or like in exasperation or disbelief. To be clear, I like Koji Fox's work. Not worth, that's a weird thing to say. I like his work. I like the localization of this game for the most part. It's also just funny to be like, God dang it, Michael Christopher Koji Fox, you've done it again. That's all I mean. Oh. I haven't seen Ayato in a while, mostly been seeing a mysterious Vs all the time, but I guess we're back in the source now. On your way to headquarters, I take it. Well, I guess so. I forgot there was a distinct area. Oh, and we never got names for these two before. Baldalin and Severa. They were never named prior to this point, as far as I remember. Gaius says you're our best hope of defeating that abomination. We have seen only a glimpse of its true power, and even that was more than enough for us. Unfortunately, I associate the name Severa with Fire Emblem Fates. Or was it Serena in Fire Emblem Fates and Severa in Awakening? I've already forgotten. Unfortunately, I associate both of those with Fire Emblem Fates because it's the same character. I say unfortunately, and yet at the same time, I played Fire Emblem Fates before stream in Stormblood multiple times. And also, I did play all of it. Even though it's a bad game, I had fun with the gameplay sometimes. To be honest, we weren't sure you'd ever show up. I, for one, am glad you decided to throw in your lot with us. Hey, Gaius. Severa's Awakening, okay. Cool flags, says Gaius. So, your mind is set. Then I shall apprise you of the situation. Nod. We have discovered that the previously abandoned Ultima weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed on the Eorzean front. Flunt? That's not a name. That's not a word. That's like... A flunt is like something that a flump from Dungeons and Dragons would smoke to get high, I think. They're always doing this. Its name, the Ruby Weapon. Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. We suspect the gifts of its predecessor may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb ether from icons, and the Ruby weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprisings in Garlemald's occupied territories and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. It could also be an obscure bit of mountainous geography, yeah, that sounds about right. But its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that can be extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby weapon's assault. Even now he struggles to stand. Damn it all, if I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultima weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foe we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Sucro's assistance presents our best chance of stopping that war machina. By the way, what's the outfit that these people are wearing, I wonder? I wonder if that's obtainable. It's a good coat, I think. Also, I've only just now realized that they're all wearing like the same uniform outfit, basically, with some small exceptions. Gaius having the masks on his belts and a different color of coat and one bandaged arm. Also, if we get to learn more about Valdolin and Severa through this questline, I think that's cool, because I was wondering what their story was and why they were so loyal to Gaius and all that. What if these two were the previous color-coded Imperial guards that stand in the throne room that left when Gaius did? What if that's their history? I mean, they have blue and red hair. They kind of have remnants of the color coding. Oh, those two were the same height. That's a shame. The Imperial armor was built with stilts inside to make them have the same height. Maybe. 'Tis true that if anyone were capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it would be her. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength? Thinking. I'm not one to back down from a fight, or I do this for Eorzea. Neither of these is particularly Sucro, but I guess I'll say I'll do it for Eorzea. Eorzea's pretty neat. You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We have received word that the Empire is preparing to advance on the Gimlet Dark. That is where we will intercept them. I thought the Gimlet Dark was already, like, won a million years ago, and the Empire wasn't going there. Actually, now that you mention it, yeah, it is. Tell me, do you believe in Eorzea? Yeah, I guess so. If our fears are proven correct, the ruby weapon will be among their host. Should it break through our lines, there's no telling the devastation it will wreak. Is that actually pronounced reek, or is it just wreck? Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Okay. Once you've steeled yourself for the battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. Nod. Reek, okay. What price must the world pay for my hubris? A short while earlier, in the Garlean-occupied city of Werlyt's Magitech installation. Commencing ruby weapon activation sequence. All units stand by. Why did we have to give it teeth? Ah, pilot. Initiating synthetic aurosite system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. Gutsy female voice. Ruby weapon, codenamed Darnus, ready for launch. Darnus, huh? Like Nail von Darnus? Codename Darn It. Named after the time we lost and we said, darn it. Shucks. The Warrior of Light is too powerful. Heck. Yeah. Now that I know they have pilots, I'm just going to be thinking about Armored Core, because I played Armored Core 6 a bunch recently. Valdalin has briefed me on our mission. Soons. God. I am to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the ruby weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I'm afraid. Cinder Drift, now accessible. Yo, it drifts? Well, okay, that was actually pretty quick. Alright. Time to...
Do you like my tank guitar riff sound?
Guitar riff sound. I love the guitar riff. All right. I've never seen anything about this before. Cinder Drift Carla. God. I don't think I would describe Cinder Carla's voice as gutsy, but I don't really know what that means. Because when I read gutsy, I thought, what, you mean like Gutsman kinda or something? And then I didn't do a Gutsman voice. I've got the guts. I don't remember what Gutsman sounds like in Powered Up, but he says that. I guess. I don't think being that sort of person affects your voice greatly. I think voices are kind of independent from that aspect of a person. Is all. Though in media they are commonly less independent, but still. No, don't make Sucro fight C4621. No. By the way, I like Armored Core enough that it might be on my future 2 stream list. I'm seeing we have a number of people here who recognize Armored Core 6 and know about it. So I figure I might as well say that because that might be fun for them. In my current run of Armored Core 6, you know what? You want to see my funny robot? It's actually a ruby weapon, now that I think about it, at least in coloration. So, this is not my current funny robot, but this was a pretty charismatic robot that I had at one point. I'm still using one of these parts, and that's the tank legs. This is a pretty great robot, in my opinion. A battle bot? Let me... Depending on how long this queue is, maybe I can find the Steam screenshots folder. Maybe. Because I don't have images of it saved outside of that elsewhere. Steam apps. Common. I'm guessing. Armored Core 6 fires a Rubicon in all caps. Oh, no, that doesn't have the screenshots. Hold on. Let's see. Steam sure makes it a pain in the butt to... I guess I can save this outside of... I'll just save this in another location. My current robot last I played the game is this, which is a little bit excessive, one might say. Still have the tank treads, but I've got a number of fancy armaments and also a very wide torso. A combat hug. So, I've heard a number of things about like people's opinions of Armored Core 6. Like, I've heard people say that it expects you to switch your build up a lot. And I've heard people say that there are certain bosses of it that are really difficult and whatnot. I think I either accidentally found like the best parts, or I accidentally am really good at video games sometimes. Like, it is difficult occasionally, but I don't think I took more than like 4 or 5 tries on any boss fight. And also, the build I went through the game with worked on everything. Like, the main build. So if you're... So that feels like maybe an interesting reason for me to stream playthroughs of it at some point too. Is to just be like, well, this is what worked for me, I guess. Maybe I'm good at the game and it'd be fun to watch me be good at the video game. I don't know. It feels weird that I've heard that you're expected to like adapt to the situation, but the build that I found worked for everything. Which is, if you're wondering, a light AC with 2 shotguns. I also used 2 flamethrowers for a while, and my current robot has a flamethrower and a shotgun. With the light tank treads, you're still a light, like, dodgy robot, but you don't get recoil on the big, like, grenade launchers or anything. So I was also using that. And, like, it worked for basically everything. I don't even feel like I'm good at the basic principles of combat because I got hit constantly. But like, the shotguns just worked. Maybe I'm better than I think I am. I don't know. I was not at all perfect at dodging attacks. But yeah, I don't know, it might be interesting. Also, I was going for like I named my pirate Iris Glass because I was going for like, I've never seen Gundam, but I feel like I should have a name that evokes the similar vibe to a Gundam pilot name. And that's what I ended up with. You can go ahead and queue up alongside for this trial if you want. No problems. Average wait time 11 minutes apparently. So yeah, the pilot name that I have is Iris Glass, and the AC is named the Wildcat, because I couldn't think of anything else. But for a future set of playthroughs, I say set of playthroughs because New Game Plus changes enough that I would want to start fresh and like complete the game 3 times on a new file probably. For future playthroughs, I've been thinking about other funny robot names, and for some reason, just like based on the AC names that you see in the game, I really want to name a robot Dutch Angle, because I feel like that is the exact sort of AC name that you would have as a character in Armored Core. Because they have all sorts of names like that. Like Mad Stomp is one of the first ones you run into. Dutch Angle somehow feels like it fits perfectly as a robot name in Armored Core. And then, like, the pilot name I had in mind for that was, like, Lenz Nolenstein or something like that. Lenz being in quotes because that's a nickname. It's fun to think of pilot and AC names, I guess. Given all we've come to expect from the Ascians, it wouldn't surprise me if they were behind the summoning of whatever primals the ruby weapon has absorbed. Nolan Christopher. Yeah. Oh hey. Though I will not be able to join the battle with the ruby weapon, I have been tasked with keeping an escape route back to the Eorzean front clear. Should you need to make a hasty retreat. Not only are the ruby weapon's claws as quick as lightning, they move with an uncanny degree of flexibility and can strike from where you least expect it. I forgot to talk to them. Oh yeah, I did suggest Aya's pilot name Gust Lupine. I think I'm good at imitating names of specific categories or something. Like how I can think of Mega Man Maverick names. Like Bad Taker Cringelope, everyone's favorite. Something that is very funny to me about all of the silly Mega Man Maverick names I've come up with over the years also is that I had an idea for like an unmanned drone manta ray somehow called like Auto Drone Unmanta Ray. And then in 30XX, one of the boss weapons is called the Auto Drone, and I was like, hey, wait a minute. I used to have like a document of all the Maverick names I'd thought of for some reason. I can't remember many of them. Anyway, I've never seen this fight before in my life. Mark III Anti-Icon War Machina, the ruby weapon. Oh, hey. Whoops. Someone in the party chat said big soft tacos. And that is what the lyrics sound like now that I hear it. Or big fat tacos also works. Behold the ruby weapon! It will be the last thing you ever see! Preparing combat data. Subject Darnus. Optimized Ultima, huh? Deploying claws. Anti-icon weaponry. Restraints removed. Whoa. I'm guessing I stand on this. And otherwise, being in the sand is bad news. Ruby Ray. Okay, move out of the way of that, then. You won't even see them coming. Whoa. Weird song thing happening. Oh, there's the big soft tacos again. Commencing high velocity assault. Such speed, but I'm still in control. Homing lasers. Ruby dynamics. Cool claws. One of the few things I know about the trailer for Dawn Trail is that Graha gets a taco. I wonder if this song is playing in his mind as he does so. Oh, this again. Got it. Wait. This can't be! The ruby weapon is unstoppable! I'm sorry, everyone. This is the end for me. Activating Oversoul. Increasing pilot override rate to 100%. Commencing force shutdown and system restart. Synthetic Arcite switching to Oversoul mode. Loading data sample. Darnus combat data ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. Who is this? No, get out of my mind! Stop! No, I'm not Nail. I am... Yeah, okay, sure. Weird. Weird. I am Nail Van Darnus. Other tank asked me a question? Oh, okay. They said they'll take the West End. The legacy of ancient dialogue is mine to command. All my despair, all my rage become my shields. Okay, that's... I didn't know which one was West. It's fine though. So, like, why is Nail Van Darnus here? I have no idea. How can this be, O mighty Dalamud? Am I not thy loyal servant? Red Moon of Destruction, I shall prove to thee my worth. Vengeance shall be mine. Fall, fall, death to the undeserving. I imagine there's a story explanation. That would make sense. Oh. That took me a second. Also, the mysterious Vera, I mean, who's not really mysterious, seems to have died somehow, and I don't know what happened. Not to call you out on that, or anything. What? I just don't know what happened. Oh. People have to stand on those arrows? Well, I'm glad that people did. I was confused. Also, there haven't been any tank busters in this. Not any marked tank busters, anyway. Talma did fall. I know it to be true. Oh, brother Nail, your name shall live on for eternity. The ether causes the sky itself to tremble. Okay. Weird fight. Oh, the weather during that segment is red moon. That makes sense. Congratulations to the monk, who is the only person left around to commend. Weird robot. Also, these certainly are swoons now that I look at them. I got 3 commendations. For having never seen that at all ever, I did well. That's a fight that you can understand on your first time if you're me. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable. As ever, an impressive display. I can recognize a cat from 1,000 miles. Though, as I am sure you will concur, the Ultima weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on unstoppable. You might only have 22 minutes to beat it if you don't have an underwater materia equipped. Or whatever. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. It's... some Al-Ra lady. Who are you? Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie? Father! Father? It's been too long, Alphonse, and you too, Rex. Sorry, what? What's happening? Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I know a lot's happened, but I'm just glad you're all right. And now you can come back to Garlemald with us. My days serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varus? But we know you never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Then everything can go back to the way it was. Time for an explanation in my mind. I guess so. I guess Gaius adopted some children. So he found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Werlyt. Lucky for you, eh? If he hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for us 3, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on street corners if it weren't for him. Nod. I just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. Melisandre. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. You're saying we should join the army? You're like 3 years old right now. Stop it. I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Werlyt was scared of the Garleans. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Alright, if becoming a soldier is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in, and maybe one day people will look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. Nod. Nod. Then it's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? Then that would make Lord Gaius our father? Well, if he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. And that makes you our big brother, since you're the oldest. You'd better be nice to us, or I'm telling father. Shrug. Hello, I just saw all of you as children, but there were 2 more of you. Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us, too. If we'd known that you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is... The truth will be revealed later in the questline. Bye! Oops, I accidentally skipped that dialogue because Windows opened a window. And I had to close it by clicking back into the window. Thus skipping a dialogue. What did that say? If you must go, I will not stop you, but answer me this. Who was piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Nael van Darnus has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? Oh, it was one of the other 2. It was Melisandre. No, I refuse to believe that. Wow. That sucks. I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you, to all of you. We only want to finish what you started. And while we will never forget all you've done for us, the next time we meet it shall be as enemies. Goodbye, Father. As for you, hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to Melisandre. I swear it. Wow. So this is the sorrow of Werlyt that I've heard so much about. Hey, if I had known anything about the pilot, or indeed if Sucro had realized that there was a pilot, maybe she would have tried to do something else. I don't know. Gaius is not happy about this. What about you? Gaius wasn't exaggerating when he spoke of your prowess in battle. Unfortunately, it seems a fair few problems remain, and unlike the ruby weapon, it might take more than brute force to solve them. You might need to equip an underwater materia. I made this joke already. After Gaius and I faced the ruby weapon, I had thought it all to be all but indestructible. I'm glad to be proven wrong on this occasion. You just need to be a protagonist. I guess. I mean, that's probably also true, unfortunately. ... But Sid is here! I recognize those boots. And the rest of that guy. Well, well, Gaius van Baelsar, we meet again. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You are come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, should still be inside the cockpit. I will ask Valdelon to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who this Melisandre is? An imperial crony of his, perhaps? That's basically his adopted daughter, one of them. One of the orphans. Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livius Junius was another protege of his. Junius? I always thought it was Junus for some reason. I think I missed that I this entire time. Messed up and funny in an awkward way? Maybe I'll see what you mean soon. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the meteor project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. Then my father and countless others lost their lives in the Bosja incident. While he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider, to put an end to this madness, but my words fell on deaf ears. That's when I turned to Gaius for support, but he was as much as a pawn of the Emperor as my father and refused to intervene. And when my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more, for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. But when we met at the Praetorium, all the hatred that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remembered the man I once respected. To think the dreaded Black Wolf was a mere plaything of the Ascians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to early graves. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. Sid comes back from this investigation and just says, "First of all, I have no idea why it has teeth. And I hate it." If the cockpit remained intact, we may be able to glean information from the pilot. Glean information. I think I said that, actually. If Sid is as I remember him, it will not take him long to finish investigating the remains of the ruby weapon. He never was one to waste time. I agree, it is very interesting what they've done with Gaius. Also, this is going by pretty quickly. I'm surprised. I don't know how many trials are in this series. Probably 3 or 4? It's gonna be like ruby weapon, emerald weapon. I don't know, sapphire weapon, I think, is one of them. Diamond weapon. I think those are the 4. Oh, there's a solo ditty. Okay. I think ruby, sapphire, emerald, and diamond all have like... Or maybe those are from other things. There are like weapons that are themed after those things. Anyway. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but... If Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was made not to suffer. Or not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life's essence was drained from her. Oh. 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 Did you know that the main character of Armored Core 6 is also basically fused with their robot? That's a fun fact. Not in exactly the same way, but this is Armored Core levels of messed up regarding robots specifically. The main character of Armored Core 6 is a Gen 4 modified human. And the modification went poorly so that they cannot speak or have most emotions or do basically anything when they're not wired in neurally to their robot, and that's messed up. But yeah. So she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine. I don't think Sid is... I think it's important that Sid conveys this information. Probably. And it's not like he's saying it because it's funny or something. Like, this is important to know. He did say, I don't know how to say this. Nod. We must act quickly if we are to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Sucro, is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Nod. Explain. It was some messed up stuff, yo. Nail Van Darnus. Did the Legatus mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounds as if the data based on Nail's combat capabilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. Okay, that's fair. There is a dark comedy to it. In that sense, yeah. Laughing, parentheses, in despair. If this technology is perfected and the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? That's more or less how soul crystals work, or a similar method of transference was used on the prototype Estinian fought, was it not? Interesting. Interesting responses, we can say here. That's more or less how soul crystals work. Yes, it seems that such crystals are in common use throughout Eorzea, an ancient but effective means of passing on knowledge from one generation to the next. While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results, but in doing so, the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, I agree with you, yet the question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There's one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Severa will provide support while you're in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest Garlean technology, there are a few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. That's true, I forgot about that. Nod. In the meantime, Valdalin and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We will learn what we can of the weapon project and the manner in which Alphonse and the others are involved. Should we uncover anything of value, we will relay it to the troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use this lull in Garlean activity to recuperate. Nod. I suggest that you wait until the next patch. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial masters, I will kill you. Huh. Who is Valdolin? Who is Severa? Oh yeah, the Phoenix. I forgot to try that. Created as a token of gratitude for the Warrior of Light, this majestic familiar assumes the likeness of the Phoenix, the immortal bird of legend. Upon death, the creature is said to rise again from its own ashes, on account of which it is revered as a symbol of rebirth. You do, in fact, just become the Phoenix. And you can do that. I'm bird now. And then you just sort of fall out of the Phoenix. Oddly, when you stop being the Phoenix. I guess. Or Machina fanatic. Okay. I've always wanted a mount that is just your character starts to fly under their own power. Somehow. Like City of Heroes Flight. For some reason. So you put down the ruby weapon. Gods, I wish I could have seen it. Not from too close, mind. I suppose I should report news of your victory to the higher-ups. I realize you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? I won! You make it sound so easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. I'll put all of this into a report and leave a copy over there should you fancy a bit of light reading. Anyway, I expect you've got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. No, Sucre doesn't drink. If the Garleans pluck up the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. I was considering it. Meanwhile, in the Werlyt Magitech installation. Alright. Next, very important to Gaia's child. Please step into the robot. Okay, not quite yet. One of them has green spikes, though. Hair spikes. We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. Flapping your arms, yeah. That's not exactly what I meant by flying under your own power, but it'd be funny. That's exactly the problem, Ellie. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Milisandi's death be in vain. Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Eorzeans. It'll be just like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me, I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next, O ye of little faith. With me at the helm of Sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. Are they color-coded? Like, you're gonna be Emerald Weapon because you've got green hair. One or both of the white-haired ones is gonna be Diamond Weapon. And I think Milisandia probably had red hair then. Or she was at least wearing a red suit when driving it. Oh. Gaius Baelsar. Pure-blooded Garlean and former legatus of the 14th Legion. During his time in the Empire, he was credited with the conquest of 5 cities. Extremely dangerous, though currently aligned against Garlemald. Assumed dead following the Battle of Castrum Meridianum, he survived and made the elimination of Ascians his primary objective, operating under the name Shadowhunter. The Ultima weapon project he once helmed has since been taken over by the 7th Legion, prompting him to cooperate with the Eorzean Alliance and preventing new weapons from being developed and deployed. He has provided invaluable information on the Ruby weapon, though it has recently come to light that the pilot was an orphan once under his care. There is a possibility that he may betray us and return to the Empire, so he must be monitored closely. The Ruby weapon. War Machina developed by the 7th Imperial Legion as a successor to the Ultima weapon. Our sources indicate that, like the original, it is able to absorb the ether of primals, which may be the cause of the vastly different appearance and combat capabilities. It possesses extremely dense armor and flexible claw-like weapons. Shortly after its deployment in the Gimlet Dark, a team led by the Warrior of Light intercepted it and rendered it inoperable. Garland Ironworks are currently investigating the wreckage. Melisandria. Pilot of the Ruby weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius Baelsar, and must therefore be considered as potentially unreliable. Her parents were killed when their homeland was in the Imperial territory of... Her homeland in the Imperial territory of Werlyt was struck by an epidemic. She was later taken into the care of Gaius, with several other orphans. She was despondent and introverted at first, but through the guidance of Alphonse, the eldest of the orphans, she grew to become more assertive and self-assured. Little is known of how she came to pilot the Ruby weapon. According to Gaius, her emotional attachment to Alphonse may have been what compelled her to participate in this dangerous mission. The report delivered by Sid Garland following the preliminary examination of the Ruby weapon's remains states that Melisandria's body was fused with its core with no vital signs detected. Estimated age at the time of death, 20 years old. Wow. Just 20? Between that and also the rookie adventure that we saw in... Oh, you're gonna be the extreme versions of the trials, aren't you? Shrug. Yeah, okay, you're the extreme version. I don't care about your dialogue much, truthfully. You seem a little bit concerning. But between, like, the, Yeah, that tracks. I got an impression that I wouldn't enjoy his dialogue. But between like the age of yeah, this guy is that guy 100%. What was that game again? Which game was that where that keeps happening? I don't remember. War Thunder is the name of it or something like that. But between the ages of these pilots apparently, and also the age of the new adventurer in the Rising, I'm getting the impression that from some angles it could be considered that the Warrior of Light is intended to be younger than I've said Sucro is. But at the same time, I also get the impression that the Warrior of Light is intended to be about Sucro's age or older from other sources, like the way John Meteor looks all the time, which is what I'm going to insist on calling the guy in the trailer with his beard and all that. I don't remember the age at which you can grow a beard, but he looks older than like 20. So who knows? I guess there is no intended age for the Warrior of Light, and that's really the reality of it. Sucro is at least 25 years old. Anyway. Wait, it happened again today. I don't think I want to talk to the War Machina fanatic again. I don't know if I want to bother unlocking the extremes for these. Sleep now in Sapphire. Oh boy, a reward. Sucro, I'm afraid we haven't much in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received word that Gaius wishes to speak with you at Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort to take you to headquarters, so when you're ready to depart, speak with the fellow over there. It does feel like a song reference, but I don't know what it is. Hey, Severa. Good, you're here. I see what you mean, yeah. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the ruby weapon, and Sid Garland wishes to share his findings. I take it you can spare a few moments? Nod. Very good. Please wait here while I inform him of your arrival. I wish he just turned around and yelled, "Hey, Sid!" Like without walking over there. Glad you could make it, Sucro. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Nod. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experience of another. So even a rank amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior? Precisely, and we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention: synthetic aurosite system. Which is what, exactly? Well, the core of the Ultima weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabik by the Asians. We believe it to have been a type of aurosite. I can't say much for the synthetic sort at this stage, but I've encountered real aurosite before. It was extremely potent, perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabik. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possesses the same properties as genuine aurosite, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What we do know is that it was used to implant the combat data of Nail Van Darnus into the pilot, who's been presumed dead since before the Calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of devices fitted to the Magitech armor of the Empire's high-ranking officers. There's reason to believe they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, that was rumored to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There's also the question of whether this system even functions as intended. Questioning head tilt. From what we've seen, we can assume that they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether. However, it seems that it extracted not only memories related to combat, but the soldier's very essence. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Van Darnus. Though this is merely supposition, it's possible that being fused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Ah, I see. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The ruby weapon itself was still largely intact when it deactivated, which strongly implies that it was the synthetic aurosite running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during the battle. But even after our analysis, I'm afraid we still don't have enough information. For now, perhaps we should consult with Gaius as to our next plan of action. Nod. Gaius will know how best to proceed. I still need to get to the bottom of how the synthetic aurosite system works, and whether the pilot's fusion with the core was a malfunction or planned from the start. I'm going to guess planned because, I don't know, probably not too many morals going around on Legion 7 science team. I've just returned from my reconnaissance, and I shall reveal my findings before taking a long overdue rest. Maldalin has come bearing vital information. I traced the ruby weapons path back to the occupied territory of Werlyt, which appears to be where it was built. Where exactly is Werlyt? Or my grasp of geography is surprisingly poor. Care to enlighten me? This is true of me. I'll say it. I don't know, map. Help. While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Werlyt lies on the opposite side to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by the Imperial invaders. So Werlyt is a city. And not... Maybe it's like a really large city? I thought it was like a small country or territory. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. You know, I guess Sucro probably would know geography. But, yeah. City-state? Yeah, that's true. It was also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now the weapon project has brought them home. Actually, this game is all about city-states, so that shouldn't surprise me. Like, yeah. Like, Gridania refers to both Gridania, the city, and also some of the surrounding area. Probably. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They've established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood, their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Or you could use the Enterprise and take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. In fact, this is the perfect chance to put my top-secret plan into action. And might I ask what that entails? It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you, now would it? I've made my airship cooler. What I can say is that there's a starring role planned for you, Sucro. Concerned look. Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you get off that easily, did you? It'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere. Sucro, I've made you an armored core to pilot. Many Imperials who fought at Gimlet withdrew to Werlyt, though they will have had ample time to recuperate by now. Were we to approach by land, we could expect considerable resistance. I must admit, I'm not fond of surprises, or secrets for that matter. I was expecting the solo duty to be next, simply because Ayato left the party. And that wouldn't have been necessary otherwise. Spoilers. I see Sid still delights in keeping others in suspense. I can only hope that he does not make us wait over long. No, it's fine. I'm just kidding. It's not a problem. And I was mentioned that there was a duty somewhere. Imagine if this was Sucro piloting a robot, though. I mean, she's piloted a Magitech armor before. Wait. Is it, though? Wait, what are we looking at? Wait, is Sucro piloting her? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Imagine. What? Sid? Why did you make an armored core? Wait, what? Hey! Here it is, Sucro. I present Garland Ironworks' adaptation of the Ultima weapon, the G-Warrior. You can't call it something like that either. That sounds so Gundam of you. I don't know anything about Gundam. Oh. Tsuko? I know elegant design when I see it. Excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. The Garland Warrior. Azisla, to be precise. We came across it during the course of our investigations and decided it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Screenshot. And you will be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of the Ultima weapon will be of use. Huh. I'm counting on it as it happens, but first we'll need to perform a test run in this simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time. Nod. Okay, that's the thumbnail. You can't... What? Hey, why Sucro pilot robot? Oh Jesus, what? Let's begin the G-Warrior training simulation.
621, I've got a mission for you. You're to escort the G-Warrior to Turncliffe. Expect heavy resistance.
Hold on. I'm missing all these text boxes. They're not in the, okay, they're in here. Let's begin the G-Warrior training simulation. I prepared 3 trials to teach you the basics. First, I want you to try attacking the guidance system. Don't worry, it won't fight back. The G-Warrior is armed with a range of weaponry. Now's your chance to learn what it's capable of. Okay, so we've got Ether Cannon, Final Flourish combo, Ether Mine, Ultima Buster, Auto Restoration. Recommend shuffling the hotbar around. It's not that many things. I can probably get used to it. Really. Sorry, Sid, I'm distracted. Okay, so... the hotbar cannot be shuffled, it would seem. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, so what are these? Booster. HP is drained in use. Okay. EP? I didn't even realize I had energy points. So far, so good. Let's move on to something a bit more advanced, shall we? The G-Warrior also comes equipped with the Pyretic Booster, which diverts even more power to its weapons and increases its speed and maneuverability. This, however, comes at a price. Activating it places a huge strain on the G-Warrior, so it must only be used in short bursts. That's why it's best to practice here before heading into battle. Now try activating the Pyretic Booster. You'll notice that your movement speed is much improved, but as shown on your monitor, the G-Warrior becomes more and more structurally unstable as time passes. I don't actually think I went that much faster, but okay. If you say so. Auto restoration can mitigate a certain amount of damage, but don't rely on it. Try using Pyretic Booster to destroy the target. Okay, I can see it's faster, I guess. The node will launch wide-reaching attacks in quick succession. With your increased movement speed, you should have no trouble evading them. Excellent work, Sucro. You'd best deactivate the Pyretic Booster while I explain the final trial. We covered offense, now to look at defense. This is where the Ethereal Aegis should come in handy. Unfortunately, you can't keep the barrier up indefinitely as it'll drain the power reserves. You might even run out of energy for the weapons, so watch out. Let's try deploying it. Triangle 3D. The monitor shows how much power is being drained. Don't let it get too low. That's enough for now. Turn off the barrier. I'm paraphrasing because the text is advancing quickly. For the last trial, we'll use the Ethereal Aegis while attempting to destroy the target. Unlike before, there's no way to escape its attacks, so you'll need to weather them using the barrier. You're a natural. Alright, that's everything. Time to end the simulation. I'm guessing there is a second trial where we actually pilot this thing, and that's the difficult part, right? Yes. And you probably allow me to do the simulation again. Okay. I suppose that in theory, any one of us could be the pilot, but I dare say your preternatural abilities give you a certain advantage. Is the robot's idle stance being like on one knee like this a specific reference to some sort of mecha? I feel like it probably is. Incredible, but how does it compare to the weapons? Are you sufficiently prepared? I am determined. Then we shall depart for Turncliffe at once. Functionally all mecha? That's a broad statement, but okay. Sucro, pilot, funny robot. Wait, no, that's a completely different type of theme song to be singing. Of course you're deploying it by having it being carried by airships and then dropped in. Like, naturally. It seems they were expecting us, but who's the pilot? Sucro, we're almost there. You'd better have your wits about you. Something about Sucro sitting in a mecha pilot just caught me, a mecha, like, pilot seat just completely caught me off guard. I think she was blinking when I took the first one. Initiate combat mode. I have control, or, G-Warrior, do the thing. I'm guessing that these first two are also possibly specific references. If not just things you would say when piloting a mech. Got a job for you, 621. What would Sucro say? I think Sucro would be way into it and just, like, play the role and say, initiate combat mode. Dramatic close-up. Just mashing the screenshot button. This is absurd. Now get ready to strike. Also, this specific graphic of Sid that is like only blinking and moving his mouth as if in the UI for a completely different game. I hope these cutscenes are in the, I hope these cutscenes are accessible via the book thing. They are in, okay, because I want to take like a million screenshots of Sucro in a mech pilot seat because it's very funny. Now get ready to strike. It's time to fry this overgrown squid. Is it too late to back out, or G-Warrior, engage? What the heck? What is happening? G-Warrior, engage! That sounds awfully familiar. I have to see what the reactions to the other ones are too. Good God. I was Mark IV anti-icon war machina of the Sapphire weapon. Dodge. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. Activating Oversoul. Like immediately? Hydrus combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. I can't hold on. I will be monitoring the situation from the air. Follow my instructions and eliminate the target. Now I'm just thinking, can I make this mech into Armored Core 6? And I'm thinking that the answer is probably. In the coming battle, you will fight as the G-Warrior. You don't say! Well, okay then. Okay, bye. Ah, shucks. Well, it seems the savages have been busy. I will enjoy breaking their new toy. Must have absorbed an aquatic icon. Be sure to use the pyretic booster and ethereal aegis. Oh. My likeness reborn in cerulean flames. Is that Ultima? Use the ethereal Aegis! Submerged, but not for long. Watch for signs of movement. Hey, I can do that too! Lamau! It's preparing to strike. Quickly deploy the Aegis. Turret. Oh. Destroy them with the Ultima Buster. Okay. That's a good tip, lining it up with the furthest one. Good idea. I don't know how to look for signs of... I see that you're doing the thing. Oh. Oh. I didn't realize that that worked that way. It's fine. Also, Ether Cannon has no cost, I've just realized. Well, this does. I'm not sure what the correct answer is there. Simultaneous activation. Your wild flailing shall evade... destroy the cerulean servants, then focus on the Ultimo. Okay. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. No, I don't want that activated. I tire of these games. Now time to send you to a watery grave. Alright. How about no instead? First try! Yay! Sucro is really good at robot.
To the stars. At the break of dawn. You want it? It's yours, my friend. The war eternal.
Destroy!
The target has been silenced. Oh yeah, that was Reggie's. I forgot Reggie had a cat. Wait, what is this music? This is extremely like post-mission in a mech game kind of music too, I guess. The damned squid never stood a chance. There's gotta be a lot of references to how... There's gotta be, like, this sort of way of speaking has to be references to stuff. Both of these options, understood. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turncliffe. Nod. Yeah. Wait, what the heck? We get to be in Turncliffe? We get to be in this place? This is actually really cool. I didn't see this happening at all. I've been separated from my family ever since I was forced into the army, but I was able to sneak away in the confusion. Also, I said that other thing would be the thumbnail. I think Sucro in a mech pilot seat has to be the thumbnail also, actually. I've got you and your friends to thank for that. My main concern is that Legatus Valens won't take this lying down. Man's like a dog with a bone. Once he sinks his teeth in, he never lets go. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. Where might the others be? What do you want with me, lass? Tell me about yourself. Me? Not much to tell, and even less worth knowing. These days, I go about my daily business and try not to bother anyone. Just another sad old man all alone and dying of... I doubt he'd even care if I told you. Used to call myself a doctor, not that I was much good at it. When the epidemic came 10 years ago, I was powerless to stop it, despite all my years of experience and fancy medicines. For every one I saved, I lost a dozen more. Worse than that, I let those Garlean bastards push me around, tell me who to treat and who to leave to their fate. As a result, I only saw to the Imperials while my kith and kin died in agony. What about the town? Being part of the south of Werlyt, perched atop the cliffs, there was never much reason for anyone to travel here. Being by the sea is all well and good, but we're simply too high above the water to benefit much from it. The gulls and terns don't seem to mind, though. Most of the townsfolk are either Huron natives or Aura who found their way here over the years. They all lived side by side peacefully enough, before the Garleans came and ruined everything. There wasn't much we could do to stop them. Those who fought back were soon put to the sword. Once the invasion was complete, the Imperials started digging down into the rock and built a supply depot for their blasted airships. The experiments were a more recent development. Of course, none of us civilians were privy to what it was they were working on. I expect that'll all come to light now that the bastards have all turned and fled with their tails between their legs. Got you and yours to thank for that, even if it's only a temporary respite. This game really likes the word respite, or respite, if you prefer. Lonely Widow. Those Garlean bastards are finally gone, and it's all thanks to you. My husband died defending our town when they first invaded, and for all the years since, it felt like he died for nothing. Now his soul might at last find peace. These benches are very cool. I like the benches and like the fish statues, the fountain. Also, the music is like pretty eerie. There's a triple triad here. A lot of us local conscripts have deserted the 7th Legion, but the rest of Turncliffe isn't going to forget that we serve the Empire, at least not anytime soon. If I was actually equipped to do triple triad, I could try that. I mean, I have decent cards, I've just not practiced. I just haven't practiced triple triad at any point. Yeah, like a ghost town kind of vibe, for sure, with the music. How long do you think this will last? Who knows? I'll just take it one day at a time. Oh, is this music elsewhere? It's definitely new to me. I've never heard it before. But it does have a motif. It does have a leitmotif in it of, right now you can hear it. This is in some of the Garlean dungeons, I think. I can recognize that I've heard the melody here before, but I don't remember exactly where. Oh dear. I don't know what to make of multiple people who've played further than... Okay. Spoilers? I guess not, really. This lift leads down to the storage area where the weapons were kept. Unfortunately, the Imperials didn't leave an awful lot behind for us to investigate, but they did give us a place to carry out maintenance on the G-Warrior. In fact, I can take you down there for a closer look if you're interested. Oh, we can go to the hangar. What? Ask about. When we first discovered it in Azis Law, it was in a far worse state than it is now, different color too. As for its intended purpose, we believe it was developed to combat primals or similar threats. All the parts deemed unnecessary have been removed, and we've made several adjustments to improve stability and overall safety. As a result, however, we had to limit its capabilities to some degree. We can't afford to repeat the mistakes made by the Garleans with the Ultima weapon, who we believed employed knowledge obtained from the Asians. After all, we know how that ended. You might also be relieved to hear that Master Garland has introduced a pilot recognition system, so that only those given prior permission by the Ironworks can operate it. Think of it as a precaution should the enemy get any ideas about stealing it from us. Inspect the head. The two sensors in the front of the head work in much the same way as the eyes of living creatures, sending visual information to the pilot. This horn-like protrusion was one of several additions we made ourselves. It's for picking up link pearl signals, not for ramming the enemy. Still, if push comes to shove, I dare say it could be used to make a last-ditch attack. Inspect the arms. Compared to the original design, the outward appearance is largely the same, but we've carried out a number of improvements. The manipulators, or hands you might call them, were originally created to claw at the enemy. We've modified them to allow the use of various weapons, such as the ethereal saber. Ethereal saber? Can I have an ethereal saber? I use swords. Can I have a laser sword? Inspect the boosters. Ah, I'm glad you noticed. The boosters were built entirely by the Ironworks to allow for low-altitude flight and increased maneuverability. They're currently unsuited to being used over long distances, hence the need to have the G-Warrior transported by airship. This is another area we're hoping to improve in future iterations. I mean, that's kind of true. Climb onto the shoulder. This is just like a photo op moment. Done enough posing? No! Never! Stand by the G-Warrior. Fold arms and nod. Can you, like... You can't influence the pose you're doing in any way. Thank you for allowing me to inspect the robot and, like, pose next to it. Video game, incredible feature. Outstanding. I'm sorry? It might be the worst part of this trial series? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. I was about to be like, what? Explain. And then you explained. So, here's the thing. We've developed an armored core. Why don't we deploy it all the time constantly? I mean, you've just established that it can't boost over long distances, and it needs to be deployed through airships. But still... I must admit, I envy your talents. Would that I possessed even a fraction of your skill that I could better serve Gaius. I cannot help but feeling there was a simpler way to defeat the weapon. Perhaps shooting it in the head with a large cannon would have sufficed. Yes, I know that we're doing Final Fantasy VII and this place is vaguely maybe Junon or something, but like, that didn't work super well in that game. I don't believe. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short a time. Oh, it did work well? Wait, was that like the Sapphire weapon and they shot it and it was gone out of the story? I forgot that the Sapphire weapon was actually there temporarily. I thought it shot something else and then that recovered or something. Okay, that's true, Razir, but hear me out. New class, mech pilot. Eh? Maybe? Maybe? Just consider it? God. I mean, we know that I think there's the melee DPS, which we've seen a little bit of. And then the other one is a magic DPS, where the magic DPS is just mech pilot for no reason. Ah, gotcha. I don't know if the giant cannon was owned by anyone specifically. I think the giant cannon was just part of the... Maybe Scarlet did develop it, though. She was part of the weapons division. Don't remember. And with a weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of invaluable information. Before it's dismantled, perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe. I don't think she had the title Lady Scarlet. I think she was just Scarlet. I don't think she deserves a title or respect. I don't like her. Time to think about this robot. We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now they're at our doorstep and the Sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, should still be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I'd imagined it, but this seems as good a way to die as any. Rex, Recon, why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapons to a safe location. You can take care of that while I pilot the Sapphire weapon. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Scarlet Final Fantasy VII doesn't have a title. But she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system, to prevent any further malfunctions. What difference does that make? Once Oversoul is activated and the pilot fuses with the core, there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No, I won't let you! Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself. But I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there. Always there for me, protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. A classic line in any sort of sad anything. Now it's my turn to protect you. Can also be used triumphantly on occasion, but usually for sad. Take the other weapons and get out of here. See this through to the end. Do it for me, for Melisandre. I'm counting on you, Rex. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Recon, I won't let you down. Just promise you'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. Damn, they all of them know with 100% certainty that they are going to die. And that's not great. You all made me happier than I had any right to be. Now I finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. This is a hell of a questline, huh? Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. The Echo, I presume. What did it reveal to you? I'm surprised that, with all these Echo flashbacks of tragedy, Sucrose, not visibly upset after any of them. Rickon, my poor boy, you were braver than most could ever hope to be. That's true. Cordola does say something like that. It's as we feared. I'm sorry, Gaius. First Melandia, now Recon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. Sucro's every day for a long time has been... I assume you mean every day has been tragedy. But... I mean, still. Still. Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Baelsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. I mean, to be fair, she was like looking down at the ground slightly after the end of that one. So like the implication was that she reacted a little bit, and then by the time the camera turned to face her, for her to explain it, she'd like pulled herself together or something, basically. At least that's how I read it. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for the Asians, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. Seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have us all believe? Or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? Whatever the answer may be, in the end he will always be a Garlean. And though there may be honorable men and women among them, I have suffered much and more as a result of their conquests. Barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Baelsar played no small part. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Duskwights. Oh hey, Valdolin is one of the few story-relevant Duskwights in the game, I guess. Didn't even think about that. There aren't many of them. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone, the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. He's only the second important one? Wow. Duskwight spelled W-I-G-H-T, I believe. Editor brain, again. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months. It seemed I'd disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from two Imperials held at Bittermill that the villages had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 long years I roamed aimlessly, with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation I accepted. More important Duskwights than Moon Mikote? I mean, there were two Moon Mikote in the Rising. You could consider at least Kippa to be important, given her frequent role in events. I mean, Y'shtola has... I think being a member of the Scions and an Archon is a position of authority in some way. Also, like, sort of, when she was part of the Knights Blessed, she's also a Seeker of the Sun, though. Sucro is the Seeker of the Sun because that's how the name joke works. I have played as a Keeper of the Moon before in the past, but I guess there really aren't that many important ones. You say not in a command position, but the Scions as a whole have authority and, like, respect. So I feel like that counts for something, right? Y'shtola's sister is also important in the Summoner questline, Ymitra. So, like, she exists. She's an important, also, Seeker of the Sun. Anyway. I would still argue that the Scions have authority in politics and whatnot. There's not really a leader of the Scions. Like, Minfilia kind of was before, but yeah. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into the Praetorium, we were right behind you, and when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. We haven't actually heard of this part of Operation Archon before. I don't think we really heard that a bunch of people lost their lives in the rubble. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then that I encountered none other than Gaius Baelsar, on the verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, and then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I've rid the world of the Ascian menace. For millennia, mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. And once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. I would have struck him down there and then had I not sensed truth in his words. So I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. They didn't used to show Gaius was still alive? I mean, I think Gaius has learned more about, like, the Ascians as a whole, in addition to being betrayed once. Knowing the Ascians, La Habrea was probably like, hey Gaius, do you want to know about our evil machinations as I gloat evilly at you? I bet he probably did something like that at some point. All this time, I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he's ever on the watch for pursuers, he's granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose. And I still might, if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. Yeah, La Habrea definitely did that. That too. But for now, the Ascians are my chosen quarry. They are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, and it shall not end until they've been eradicated, every last one. I could not save my kin. There are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ascians will have to wait until we've brought an end to Garlemald's weapon project. Though we may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. But yeah, speaking of the Ironworks engineers, I was thinking about it earlier. It was brought up slightly earlier. But how are they going to explain how we don't deploy this robot elsewhere? Gaius probably practiced the Praetorium speech. ... I'd rather you didn't share what we've discussed with my traveling companions. It would only complicate matters. The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make their report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please wait here a moment. We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? That's true. I want to see Nero react to the G-Fighter. Before abandoning the facility, they'd attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire weapon's combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw during the battle, it was extracted from Regula Van Hydrus, correct? Nod. It also appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state and therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we'd arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. The Echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Recon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? Probably the part about them moving weapons was important here. Improvements were made to the synthetic aurosite system to prevent malfunctions, then it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nail Van Darnus. Oh, I was just saying that how are they going to explain when we don't deploy the G-Warrior or G-Fighter or whatever it's called? Is it Warrior? How are they going to explain us not deploying the mech elsewhere in the future? There's one thing that was intended. Nod. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Recon were fully aware of this, were they not? Seems like it, yes. Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Yeah, exactly. Alphonse, how could you, sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines? Surely there is no cause worth paying such a price. Aye, nothing is more precious than family. This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I have seen enough death. I do not wish to see any more. Then there's no time to waste. Let's be about it, Gaius. Nod. Severa, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. This includes killing him. Please don't do that. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the Resistance troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll be sure to contact you. Nod. Alphonse, I will find you wherever you are. If the other weapons have been moved elsewhere, the locals must have seen the direction in which they've headed. At this stage, any information at all would be better than what we have now, which is next to nothing. If they did want to bring the robot back in the main story for some reason, all they would really have to do would be like, if you haven't done this, they can just explain that they built a robot to deal with something else, and it's here now. And if you have done this, you can be like, oh yeah, I remember the robot. And that's really all you need to do. That's a Tyrannosaurus Rex of a sort. Welcome back. It sounds like you've been on quite the journey, all the way to Turncliffe. And judging by the fact you made it here in one piece, I trust everything went according to plan. I piloted a robot! What an astonishing account. I wouldn't mind putting that G-Warrior through its paces myself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, I'd imagine. Anyway, as before, I'll compile the information into a report and leave it over there for your perusal, should you feel so inclined. If we hear anything from headquarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. Sapphire weapon bust. Yeah, okay. I have not been playing the game to obtain Mog Tomes. Maybe I should. I don't think I want a Tyrannosaurus Rex particularly. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters... I guess I should read it then. Who's that? Over there. Who's this? Did we really need to render the sweat? This is not the first time that I'm going to have to ask that question. Unfortunately for me. I've come to deliver my report, Lord Valens. Do we really need this? Is this really necessary? Stop it. Ah, so you've returned, young Alfred, or was it Alwick? Not that it really matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the Sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that that is the case, Lord Valens. Oh, come now, no need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. I'm going to drink milk now. Evil milk. Delicious. So tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the Sapphire weapon? Also, yeah, what is that turn of phrase doing in Garlemald? Content warning, this guy's another creep. Yeah, I could tell. It'll get worse. Great. I think I vaguely remember the content warning that was supplied about this questline before. Who was able to best the Sapphire weapon? At least he puts his shirt on, I guess. He's gonna do something more atrocious while while wearing a shirt. So it won't improve the situation at all, but you know. Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Sid Garland and Gaius van Baelsar, my lord. Finger tapping. At least that's a fun animation touch, that he's doing the finger tapping. Gaius. Yes, it seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late. Defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor. Whatever next? Oh well, there's no use crying over spilled milk. I didn't even spill any milk. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Werlyt. You literally are drinking milk. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence, and pampered every day of their lives. What do you mean there's only 100 of a special cow? This is like the richest rich person milk you could ever have. Go into the garbage. Yes, they're quite valuable until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, they're sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest. But that's their lot in life. To be discarded once they've served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so that you could deliver them gift-wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now, Sidnan Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius Van Baelsar, of all people, get the better of you. How do you think this reflects on me? The legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by that traitor? Humiliated, I say. There's only one way to deal with you worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. This guy is the worst? Yes, my lord. The worst guy. Anyway, random Imperial soldier is also here. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it's time for your meeting with the head of Magitech development. Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I've let my standards slip now, can I? This guy is the worst. You're whistling the evil march, and they animated it slightly, and then you kicked a globe. Is that just your armor? Is that someone actually sitting over there? I guess it's your armor. I'm glad he dies. Okay, it's his armor, and these children are here to help him put on his armor, I presume, which also sucks. What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens? Did I now? I thought he was gonna try and drink milk through his helmet for a second. Ah, yes, that's right. So you're ally, yes? And you join the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans? Wait, that there's a techno cylinder that's been reused multiple times? I'm gonna say that so far Valens is like way worse than Fandaniel. Like 1,000,000 times worse. Like 1,000,000,000 times worse. Fandaniel's bad. But like, yeah. Such devotion. What an inspiration you are. You see, it's my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, overcome any obstacle. Together we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. I'll stay in this pose for as long as is necessary. Yeah, this guy sucks. Hate that guy. Sapphire weapon. War Machina, developed by the 7th Imperial Legion, is a successor to the Ultima weapon. The second known case of the synthetic aurosite system being used in open combat, employing the combat data of Regula Van Hydrus, former legatus of the 6th Imperial Legion. Evidence indicates that the War Machina was in an incomplete state and Oversoul was used to mitigate mechanical deficiencies. He was deployed off the coast of Werlyt and sent into battle with Garland Ironworks G Warrior piloted by Sucro Funk. I thought there was a comma at the end of that, so I read it as if continuing. It was then rendered inoperable, but structurally intact, with only superficial damage sustained. Recon. Pilot of the Sapphire weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius Baelsar. Born and raised in Werlyt until his parents died in an epidemic, after which he was taken into the care of Gaius in an imperial orphanage. Though he lacked the physical prowess of his peers, his high degree of dexterity made him ideally suited to maintaining equipment and similar tasks. Even after joining the military, he would remain shy and withdrawn. However, on occasions where the safety of his friends was threatened, he would not hesitate to defend them. He later replaced the designated pilot of the Sapphire weapon, fellow orphan Rex, and was absorbed by the weapons core upon activating Oversoul. Estimated age at time of death, 17 years old. Jeez. Wow. Well. Blood of Emerald. But first, I will be right back. Oh right, the description of the Sapphire weapon statue. I'll read that first. The chest of this Garland Ironworks scale replica of a select portion of the Sapphire weapon glows ominously, except no substitutes. Okay. Now I'll BRB. Were you thinking of something else? Okay, fair enough. I'll be right back. So, hello. I am here again. Thank you for petting Calico while I was gone. And here's the thing. It's been more than 4 hours, and I think we're probably about halfway through this. Probably-ish. And also, like, the first hour and a half of the stream was the Rising. So, therefore, by the best estimates that I have available, we can conclude that the rest of this will take approximately, like, 2.5 hours or so. 2.5 to 3 hours. Maybe this is a good stopping point, and then the rest of it is the next stream, actually? Even though I just BRB'd as if I was going to continue afterwards. Thoughts, opinions? As in, please share your thoughts and opinions. Thank you. I should take this quest so that I know where to go next time, at the very least. Ah, it's good to see you, Sucro. I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what they've found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead the way. I don't feel confident that I could push through the rest of it right now. I feel like I should not force myself to do a very long stream again. Whenever I consider doing a very long stream of Final Fantasy XIV, I need to remember like the 8-hour Omega stream, and how by the end I was feeling a little bit of like tired despair, kinda. Well, that was also because the Omega raids at the very end were very rude. Or close to the end. Thank you for this single water crystal, Ableth was a classical spear. We did a lot today. Sucro piloted a robot. I can't believe that I joked about Sid making an armored core, and then like 3 seconds later it was actually what happened. I feel like I need to go clip that happening. It was probably funny. But yeah, this has been, I guess, Final Fantasy XIV. The Rising 2023 and the Sorrow of Werlyt. Next time, the rest of the Sorrow of Werlyt. Time after that, 5.5. Time after that, Endwalker. What? That is assuming that 5.5 only takes one stream. If everything goes extra well, I might do a stream like tomorrow even, because I want to get to Endwalker faster than just doing it on schedule. So I might try to stream tomorrow and stream more of this, and then also stream Friday and stream more of this, so that I'm at Endwalker next week. No promises, because that would be foolish of me. I don't even know if I'll be able to stream on Friday. It is a mystery. However, maybe I'll try. I'll do my best. So yeah, thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. If you're interested in links for donations or social media stuff, as usual, borealrobin.card with 2 Rs.co. And you can also consider following or subscribing here. That would be very helpful. But it's also helpful to just have you around watching stuff. Thank you. With all that said, have a good rest of your day or night, rest of your week. I will see you next time, and good night, everyone. That's Sucro right there. Farewell.